All right, welcome everyone to the newest episode of Seeds of Naffisea. Um, it's been a while. Some things have happened, but we're back now. Um, we're a man down currently, but we've got a new player joining us. One of my friends. Say hi.
Anyway,
Um, he'll be joining us here shortly. He'll have a whole introduction and everything, and I'll go ahead and kick it off with a recap. So, for you guys, um, for the recap, we did episodes 15 and 16 on the stream. Those were streamed April 6th and May 4th is the last times we played Seeds of Naffisea this year. Um, if you guys were curious. Um, so episode 15 started off with you guys were in the sewers. You were in it was a room with a deep pool of green sludge, poor airflow, and a bad smell, with walkways going east and west, and there was a stone platform in the middle. You rescued a shopkeeper. He pointed east, telling you guys to go that way, and warned that the bandits will likely have members patrolling that area. Um, you guys move forward, and you guys noticed that Styre and Brongus were not there. And you heard sounds of Styre screaming and a door slamming shut. Um, the merchant that you guys had rescued advised against following them, suggesting it's best to let them follow their own path and catch up later, as the sewers were complex and it was easy to get lost. You guys carried on, navigating through tunnels and avoiding traps, including a tripwire and a steam pipe. You reached a large open room with a whole bunch of pipes and columns. That was that large rectangular one. And Emily just answered.
we were still in the sewers.
Yeah, at episode 15. That was before you guys even attacked the bandit camp.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry, Emily finally answered. Texting her back real fast. Um. Anyway, the merchant had to rest in that room, but he gave you guys a map and a note, and told you guys to follow the symbol on one of the pipes till the end of the tunnel, but don't open the note until you left the sewer. Um, that's when you guys went through the sewer with the charm, and it was like deactivating traps in front of you and then reactivating them once they were behind you. Um, the note that you guys read was the message from Serena to her father, discussing a shipment and a plan to take control of trade routes. That's where you guys found out that she was planning on taking it over um, by poisoning the leaders. You guys left the sewer and went through the woods. Walked down the path trying to be stealthy and avoid detection by the bandits. And when you guys cast invisibility to hide. You guys showed the talisman that you got to the bandits, and they went, okay, and walked away. Then you found the stone quarry with the wooden scaffolding around it, rope bridges, and patrols of bandits, with the large iron cage in the center containing the slaves. Um, you guys went down in there, went into that wooden building. You met the three leaders. It was a Minotaur, a Knoll, and a Tabaxi. The Knoll leader handed you a crate and told you the agreed upon amount was still in transit before stabbing another Knoll and allowing you guys to leave. You guys left. You heard the sounds of a fight and a cart dropping off and picking up slaves. And that's when you noticed that there were 10 two-man patrols going around and 4 guards surrounding the metal cage. You guys left, and when you came back, you snuck into the camp. got to the cage. It had 4 locks on one side. You guys rolled for initiative. Guy ended up going first. Trying to see what all I actually put here. Knox picked the locks and freed the slaves and positioned himself to kill the guard if it was necessary. You guys escaped through the paths. Guy insulted and then killed one of the guards with a massive blue energy blast, turning him to dust. And that was the end of episode 16. Or episode 15. Episode 16 began with you guys returning to the storm drain. Brongus and Styre were waiting for you at the storm drain. After you guys got up in it, Styre cast Mending on the bars to seal out the bandits. You guys came back to the Orc Merchant. I was still in room 20. And that's when he explained the note a little bit more about the contents were poisoned to kill the council. Serena didn't like that the bandits were operating the slave trade, but she was still okay with using them to get her poisons because nobody else could get them what they wanted and or provide the quantity they requested. You guys plus the slaves traveled back through the canals, made it to the shop without problems. You found Serena in a chair. She immediately ran out of the room when you came back with them and seeing you. She then returned to the shop with a healer to heal the slaves.
Now, who was Serena again?
That was the little girl that was in the shop. That was your contact for the job. Anyway, she then asked you to follow the healer to the temple while making a show of her good deed and implying she was better than you guys. That's where she confronted you, demanding to know where her crate was. Gave you an ultimatum: bring her the crate by sunset or she would kill you. You guys killed her, and her dad seemed pretty unbothered, even kind of smiled and thanked you for freeing him, and told you guys to take whatever you wanted from the shop. And Serena's stuff. You guys looted her body, and she had some pretty cool stuff. I didn't write it down. That's when Styre and Brongus shared their story of finding the hidden passage, getting trapped, and eventually discovering a chest with cool items. And they had also found a dirty old oil lamp with an inscription that couldn't be made out. It was later identified as a genie's lamp, and you guys gave it a night of rest to decide how to handle it. You decided to rub it and release the genie. That appeared differently to each of you. It appeared as whatever you would find the sexiest or something. I don't remember what we talked about.
What else?
I don't think that was the word I used, but I don't remember what I'd used. Anyway.
Anything we'd find most desirable, I think.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, and it said it would grant each of you one wish, but it couldn't kill anyone, raise anyone from the dead, or make anyone fall in love, as traditional. You guys took a break to think about your wishes. After training, he granted each one of yours, resulting in various changes, including transforming Gaia into a full-grown owl. Was one of them. You guys then discussed how to distribute the items you got from Serena. Then you planned your next move. You decided to return to the guild to turn in the quest and get your reward. The guildmaster then gave you guys the iron plates. They were the guild identification plates. Then Empress Kashian summoned you guys to the palace, where she informed you that Medicus Chiron had completed the cure, which was to be administered directly to the afflicted's heart or taken orally, and that King Atlan of Naffisea had requested their presence. You guys traveled back to Yanabe, where you met with Emperor Shimu. Thanked you guys for your bravery and informed you that Lord Takahiro had been given the cure. take a few days to fully mend his wounds. Once you guys went to see him, he awakened, recognized you guys, and mentioned a goddess-like figure who had cursed him, saying the sea will reclaim what was stolen before falling back asleep. You guys prepared to set sail for Naffisea, but got stopped by a guard who questioned your authority to allow Nox to enter the ship. You guys were then allowed back on the ship with a brief interaction with the captain and the guards, who seemed to hold a grudge against you, giving Nox dirty looks and kind of like bumping into him accidentally. Upon arriving back to the royal dock at Naffisea, you guys were greeted as heroes with a parade of band and streamers. King Atlan was carried on a pedestal leading the celebration. He announced that a shipment of supplies from Struman had already arrived and that the nation of Everhold has pledged its support for the restoration of the farmland, and also revealed that the scholars have made a discovery about the origins of the changeling race. The king then shared with the group that the changeling race were once known as the Aquathraean, a powerful and dominant species that ruled over the world, and that they were transformed and hidden away after a war with humanity. The group was left to process this new knowledge and decided how to proceed, and you guys got to level up at the end of that. So, from here, you guys leveled up, and a royal messenger finds you wherever you decided to stay. Because we decided that you guys would take some time at the end of that last session to actually go through and figure out what you were, what you did to level up, gain the knowledge that you gained through the level up and all that kind of stuff. The royal messenger finds you wherever you decided to stay. He's wearing blue and gold of like Naffesea's court. He presents a scroll sealed with the king's personal crest. The scroll says, once it's opened by you guys, to the honored members of the fellowship, your presence is once again requested within the royal court of Naffesea. The High King has received news that demands your immediate attention. Come with haste. Time may be more fragile than we once believed. At the bottom of the note is pinned by the king's hand.
Time to go.
This is for everyone except, how do you pronounce your character's name, Ro? Arborellin, okay. So for everyone except Arborellin, you guys got to know. You guys do any special preparations or anything, or do you head straight to
I packed to leave. I put everything in the pack. I'm ready to go. Where's our little wagon?
I just want clarification. I am still included with this group right now. I didn't get left at the other island, right?
No, you joined. You came back with the group and all that. Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, just making sure.
Where are you, Brongus or the
Yes, Brongus.
Both.
Yes, Brongus. And
He's still
Sire.
playing both. By the way, could you let me just text me in the DM or something what your wish would be?
Do I get one wish per character?
Yes, one wish per character. Whatever your wish would have been when the genie thing happened.
Okay.
I forgot what the heck I told you.
You sent it to me in a DM, so just check our message. It should be on there. You guys all arrive at the castle. You go into the royal chamber. The guards lead you in. And when you're in there, King Atlan is just standing there, just staring towards the doors. And the air seems heavy. There's a table nearby that's got maps and scrolls scattered all over it. and he's got just worry on his face. I'm grateful you've returned. While you've been away, troubling news has continued to surface. Near the capital city of Everhold, Asleron, several sightings have been reported of a figure cloaked in seaweed and bone, wandering the coasts and nearby villages. The description obtained by the local guard unmistakably resembles Yask. Not as they are now, but older, changed. Those who saw the figure say it moved with purpose, questioning citizens with an eerie calm. The questions asked have drawn our deepest concern. Locals say this figure has been seeking knowledge of the royal ceremony of choosing. For Yask, Twig, Styre, and Finn, you guys would all know that the royal ceremony of choosing is the ceremony that takes place once every 3 centuries to select the new High King and designate the next capital of Everhold. Williams probably, Knox I don't think would know that. And Brongus probably wouldn't know that either. Anyway, he looks at Yask and goes silent for a moment and whispers something telepathically to her. These inquiries, combined with recent sightings of a being we believe to be Aunt Jessie, have led our scholars to a grim theory. While you've been on your journey, they have continued their research into the origins of her power. And they've found something. A ritual. Ancient, nearly forgotten. They've yet to fully translate it, but what little they've uncovered is chilling. If Aunt Jessie completes this ritual, her power will grow, beyond even what she possesses now. Beyond what any of us could likely contain. The ritual appears to require a series of rare components, and the first listed is the yolk of a gold dragon egg. And he pauses for a second, and he kind of looks off into the distance like he's trying to figure out his next words. He looks back and says, rumors among the royal families have begun to spread. They claim that the last pair of elder gold dragons, the very ones who by sacred tradition meet with the High King, royal advisor, and elder court to confirm the next ruler, have already laid a new egg, cared for it, and are preparing for it to hatch very soon. Whether this is truth or fear-born fiction, I cannot say for certain. But if it is true, and if Aunt Jessie, or whoever this figure tied to her is, seeks that egg, then we may already be running out of time. And he steps closer to you guys. I must ask you to travel overland to the capital of Everhold. Speak with those who've seen this figure, investigate the rumors. If there is any truth to them, we must act before this ritual begins. The High King has given full permission to go to any reasonable ends to obtain the information needed. He said if you're to resort to means of harming anyone, especially inside the capital, you better be able to explain and prove yourselves to be innocent, or acting in self-defense, the interest of your own safety. Remember, although you perform great deeds for Naffisea and myself, you are still not well known in the city of Asleron, or the other major areas of Everhold. And he stops for a second, and he kind of gestures over to a stack of scrolls that's set off away from the just random pile of them on that one table. Our scholars are doing everything they can to decipher the ritual, but the text is proving difficult. It's written in an ancient language, one that none of them have seen before. Strangely, it appears not to be Aquathraean in origin. Whatever its source, it seems like it may predate their influence entirely. Although there are whisperings among the scholars that it was made in response to some oppressive force attempting to control or subdue the creators and their people. These possible interpretations of the text's origin are cause enough for alarm, but I fear that these are far better than the truth. We believe this language may hold the key to fully understanding the ritual and its consequences, but without a full translation, we're left grasping at fragments. Feel free to gaze upon the text yourself. They're magically preserved, and we can use all the help we can get. So, would anyone like to look at those scrolls?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Anyone who wishes to stop by and check out the scrolls, none of the guards will stop you, or the scholars won't like take them back out of your hands or whatever. But anyone who tries to look at them, I need you to make an intelligence save.
I'm the strongest.
Yeah, I mean, mine either.
Steyer would like to attempt to read them.
Make a DC, make an int save. Not an intelligence check, an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Okay.
Is that
17.
17.
19.
I got an 11.
got one.
Ain't that just on brand?
Well, my character is stupid, like intelligence-wise.
Okay. Anyone who made less than a 15, which is who?
Me.
Just you, Josh?
Knox made an 11.
Okay, you guys both take 25 psychic damage, and without any control of yourself, your bodies turn away from the table, and you're just left standing there away from the table.
Yikes.
Oh,
Did
what the hell?
Anna, what did you get?
19.
And Carson, what did you get?
I got a 17.
For Steyer or Brongus, because y'all are both there.
I used Steyer. Brongus would not be intelligent enough to read them.
Okay, so he's not even gonna try.
Yes, Brongus is only basically able to read, not much more than that.
Okay, Carson, you approach the scroll. Steyer approaches the scrolls, and feels an overpowering presence of anger, hatred, and resentment, like forcing you away from the scroll. And before you can react, you have unconsciously perfectly folded the scroll back up and placed it on the table, on the stack of scrolls, before stepping away from the table, facing the scroll, but aware of what has occurred. Like,
Wow.
for Knox and Finn, all you guys remember is picking up the scroll, and suddenly you were facing the other direction, not touching it.
And damage.
Okay. And hurt.
And damaged. Anna, before you even touch the scroll, you feel the fear, hatred, resentment, and anger, and all of the other emotions of an entire race of people that have been enslaved, forced into submission by powers beyond their comprehension, and made to feel as if they were worthless in comparison, which was felt for centuries. And the whole time you're getting semi-blurry visions detailing the horrors that those people faced. Then the visions change, and you begin to feel the worry and uncertainty of a people who aren't sure what they are doing will succeed, but they are hopeful. The visions change again, and suddenly you feel the emotion of an epic battle between the creators of the text you're touching and fish-like beings that were seen by the creator as tyrannical, torturous, and malicious gods. But the vision ends in victory for the creators who were enslaved. And then you return to consciousness, just holding the scroll.
I'm gonna need that sent to me because I could not write down anything.
Well, that hurt.
of the town? Is it like the Golden Egg, like Everlasting or something?
Everhold?
He didn't say it where it was. He just said he needs you to travel to Azlaron, which is the capital of Everhold.
Oh,
Everhold is the country you're in, for a reminder. Azlaron is the current capital of the country. Um, anyway, King Atlan will then say, I recommend you spend the next several days while the researchers continue by first traveling to the local forest to the north to visit the druid that inhabits a small tree village there, to ask about any gold dragons. They will know better than anyone in the city. Then, go to the library in the city. Do begin some research and try to learn everything you can about the ceremony. Most of the texts have been censored, but there should still be some. So, what do you guys want to do?
take a small rest
what the
to
king
heal
suggested.
myself. Then go to the forest.
And find the druids.
So, for everyone but Nox, you guys kind of know where the druids are. Um, as kids in the city, you would have been told that there's a trail just outside the city, and if you followed that trail and went into the woods, the druids would steal you away. It was like one of those stories that parents tell their kids to convince them to not do something.
I did have an idea about what if we split up? Like, this section A goes to forest, section B goes to the library, seeing how time is of the essence because of the golden dragon egg.
But he also told you that it's going to take several days for them to process this next part anyway.
Yeah. So
Not a good idea to split the party.
I feel like the forest would probably be most important right now then. Seeing how druids may have actual like real time knowledge about golden dragon eggs.
Give me an idea where that trail is. I'll find it.
Everyone except for you would know where that is, so all of them could point it out easily.
Okay.
I was to go to the
I'll
forest.
lead
I
the
was
party up
always
that. I'll lead the party up that trail.
Okay, so you guys travel out the main gates of the city. Just outside of that main gate, headed north, is a little trail that goes around the walls of the city and into the forest there, just north of Naffisea. For everyone but Nox, you guys would know that this trail was known to be used by a group of traders that passed between Naffisea and the Druidic Tree Village in the forest, bringing specialty goods between the port and the village to make trades. Once you guys get to the edge of the forest, do you just continue down the path?
Yeah.
It's going to take you guys probably about 3 hours of walking to get to the tree village. It's kind of easy to see where it is from the ground outside of the city. There's like small normal trees, and then off in the distance there's huge like red oaks of California style trees. Redwoods of California style trees, huge massive trees. And that's where the tree village is. So as you guys are walking, I'm gonna need to know a marching order for how you guys are proceeding into the forest. And I need you guys to pick who's going to make survival checks.
I just wanted to clarify during my I just wanted to clarify during my preparation. I didn't get to say it. Styre has created a backpack to carry Brongus, so Brongus is going to be right behind Styre, kind of like
Just like
Yoda
a
being
baby
carried by
carriers.
Anakin Skywalker.
Alrighty.
I got
And
one.
you said a nature check or a survival check?
Survival.
It would be survival.
Do we decide who does survival checks?
I'm gonna be
Both
in
of my
front, I
characters
think.
are not great in survival, with only a +2
My survival modifier is a 6.
for survival, so
I have a +10.
I would recommend Anna.
Oh,
My survival's +3.
Oh, I would recommend Nox.
You guys a high survival?
Nox.
I have survival. I have specialization in survival.
Nice. I think I remember that actually. I think you did a survival check before for us.
And yeah, pretty
Yep, I
cool.
tracked.
Okay. That happens. Right. Very cool.
You could role play that where you kind of want to bring up the memory or whatever. And then for
I would say keep Knox somewhere in the middle of the formation since he is the survival core.
Okay, so what is the marching order and who's rolling survival?
If I'm going to vote, I would say.
If I'm going to vote, I would say Nox,
Styre in
Twig,
front, of course,
then
carrying Brongus,
Styre in front,
and
of course
then
carrying
having
Brongus,
our
and
newest
then having
Well, I guess
our newest player in last.
Well, he hasn't joined yet.
okay.
Have
So
you
that
joined
would
us
be
yet?
vote.
He has not joined yet.
And then
Okay,
and
so
then
that
Josh.
would be my vote, and then Josh in last. Yeah.
Wait a second, hold on. You said we were looking for dudes in the forest. The new player is dude, isn't he? He said.
Perchance.
Hey, something's connected here.
That very dim light bulb just came on.
It's not very bright, and it's kind of twitching a little bit, but it's there.
Well, I
Does
don't
everyone
know
know?
that.
What is
Wait,
everyone?
you-
It's got
Is everyone okay with the order that I
Is
said?
everyone okay with the order that I said?
I feel like Twig in front since they're like a tank.
And I was kind of thinking that too.
And I was kind of thinking that too, but it would be best to have our
survivalist
survivalist in front so he can navigate us. But I did put Twig in second.
Unless Josh wanted
So,
to be
unless
put
Josh
in
wanted to
other
be put
position.
in any other position.
I can also check for traps.
Right.
By
So
all means.
that would be
Right,
my vote.
so
But if
that would
anyone
be
else
my
has
vote,
a
but if anyone else has a consideration.
I'm fine where I'm at. Unless you need me somewhere else.
I'll take point. That's what I do.
All right.
My one is especially
All right,
right now.
sounds like a plan.
So, as you guys are going, go ahead and make that first survival check.
It's a 1.
Everyone is wanting to do the survival check,
Everyone-
not just Knox.
No, just Knox.
Not just Knox. Okay.
Rolled a natural 20.
Fuck yeah. Okay.
Very nice. 31 total.
Dang, I'm dude.
So you guys continue on for the first 2 hours of this 3-hour trip, uninterrupted. You have no issues. Knox is pointing out animal tracks and showing you guys how to avoid where they might be, and stopping you whenever there's like animals off in the distance that might pose a threat, anything like that. Okay, and then make the third survival check.
Okay, so not just me. I see your face.
Can you try that again, Knox?
Jan.
Oh,
It-
that came out
It
good.
it didn't come through. It was really broken up. All I got was.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. It's coming through fine now, but whenever you said what your roll was, it was real broken up.
Oh, my first roll was a 13. I thought you said when you said try it again, it was roll again. Okay. So
No,
it was a
no.
13.
13. Okay. So, and that passes. So you guys make it
My
through.
second roll, which was a 28.
Yeah, yeah. Either way, it was fine. They both succeeded. So you guys make it all the way to the edge of the druid, the tree village, without any issues. As you step beneath the forest's vaulted canopy, the trees ahead of you are impossibly tall, like ancient sentinels rising hundreds of feet. Their trunks are wide enough to host entire homes. Soft bioluminescent moss clings to the bark in spiraling patterns, casting a gentle green-blue glow that makes the whole grove seem like a twilight even at midday. High above, you notice movement. There's a cluster of homes built directly into and around the massive trees, connected by braided rope bridges and narrow wooden walkways. Each dwelling blends naturally with the living wood, grown, not carved. Windows are oval-shaped openings framed with living vines, and lanterns fashioned from hollowed gourds glow with warm, flickering light. At the base of the trees, there's small circles of activity. There's root gardens nestled between the roots of these massive trees, growing herbs and flowers with a bunch of druids kind of fussing over them here and there. There's several water channels traveling through the forest around the trees that are kind of being diverted through sets of like stones. You can see children playing, and there's groups of druids communing in different areas. And kind of in the center, there's looks like a naturally formed kind of depression in the earth. So just like a little dished out kind of bowl thing, which has moss covered stones ringing around it. And there are several druids sitting in kind of quiet conversation or just kind of by themselves, almost meditating. The air smells of fresh rain, crushed leaves, and a faint sweetness. There's no hammers, no chopping wood. Instead, you hear gentle sounds, wind passing through leaves, soft footsteps on woven vine bridges, and the low murmur of druids speaking with wildlife. There's a great silver owl watching you from one of the arching branches overhead, unmoving, patient, its eyes reflecting the moss-like light like twin moons. Everything here feels alive, not just with plant life, but with intention. The village does not conquer the forest, it harmonizes with it. Arborellin, you are in your home, and you hear a commotion coming from the entrance to the grove of this trading path that leads to the city. Looking through the windows of your house, you can see that there's a group of very strange looking people. Very strange. You step out onto the balcony of your home, kind of overlooking this area, as you were kind of deemed the protector of this grove. And you see these people are there. Would you like to attempt to talk to them from way up here, 40 or 50 feet in the air from your home, or would you want to go down to them?
May need to stay up high just for safety reasons because there's more of them than me.
Yeah, so from up here, you can see, like, what, 9 foot tall mushroom person?
Yeah.
There's a 7 foot tall shark man. You see a metal automaton carrying a backpack with a goblin in it.
Yeah.
There is a robed figure and a creature that you have never seen before. They look like a fish combined with a woman, like a deep sea fish combined with a woman.
As in like mermaid?
As in like mermaid, or as in like a 50-50, I mean like a even split?
I'm referring to Yask.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
But
Humanoid.
Arborellin would not know what Yask appears. Would not know.
No, I have no idea. And honestly, I mean, I feel like the
Right,
safest
makes sense.
at the moment would be at least find out what they're there for before coming down.
Have you seen Hellboy?
Yeah.
Similar to Abe Sapien.
Okay. So definitely terrifying, especially
Yes.
for the first time. I've never seen it
A
before.
being that definitely looks like it should not be out of the water.
But yet he's standing 40, 50 feet below me at the moment.
Yes.
In the forest.
And the commotion you're hearing is like the other druids in the area realizing that these people are there and running away. They're just like dropping their tools, scrambling over stuff, knocking over tables and chairs, just running.
I'm stopping our party and kind of raise a hand and like tell everybody we need to stop here and be greeted and allowed in.
And you guys definitely notice this figure that's now stepped out of the house and is looking down at you.
Okay, so they know.
Yes, they've noticed you.
With animals.
You said what about animals?
And I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals. And squirrel, bird, whatever's close by, I'm going to call it over and ask it to find the protector or gatekeeper or village elder or whoever greets visitors.
So, you find a small group of 2 or 3 squirrels. You explain this to them, and you feel as if they have understood it. So they are going to run up the tree and stop on the kind of railing on the balcony of your home, Arbor Ellen, and explain that to you.
Okay. So I understand what they're there for. I mean, I understand they're at least looking for me.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I guess as the protector of the forest, I should go down and confront at this point. I mean, there should be some type of communication at least.
That is for you to decide.
I mean, I guess I'm going down.
So you go down there and approach them.
Yes.
So group.
Trying to find out what they're there for specifically.
Yep. So you guys see this wood elf approaching.
Oh crap. Cool.
Arbor Ellen, go ahead and explain who you like, what you look like to the group, and kind of introduce yourself in character for that initial meeting.
Okay. Let's see. I had to pull it back up specifically so I actually know what I'm talking about here.
It's all
so,
good.
Would be Wood Elf Druid, standing approximately 5'5". I don't know if that would do that this way or not. Light brown, like bark colored hair. Longer past my shoulders area. I mean, I don't know exactly how descriptive I should be.
Just read what you sent me.
Okay. Stands about 5'5". I have light bark colored hair that reaches past shoulders while pulled back into a half Viking-like ponytail. 2 braid strands, one on each side, falling in front of my shoulders. Emerald green eyes with just a look of death from past endeavors. A scar that looks like I almost lost a left eye from a bear attack from long ago. Wearing earth-like leather with wooden charms and what looks like living vines weaved to hold everything together.
All right, and group, kind of introduce your characters.
The one that sent the squirrels he's about 2 inches taller than you. He's also a wood elf. Emerald green eyes, copper hair, or copper colored skin, scarred. He got mauled by something too. He's kind of got red hair. He wears it's not magical, but it is modeled in color, woodland style cloak that blends with foliage.
Okay.
And he's carrying a bow. He's also, like I said, a wood elf.
Also, you might want to give him your name.
Myself or
both, but I mean it's fine.
Greetings, good sir. I am Knox Caleb. I am the advanced scout for this party.
Okay.
And was more familiar with customs. Likely what your customs would be. We apologize for the strange reaction to our appearance, causing the disruption of your life.
No apologies. I am Arbor Ellen. They call me. In Elven, well, he should know. Nox is translation in the Elven language would be forest.
Okay. And I Night Hunter.
There you go.
Finn, go ahead.
So, my name's Finn Dorsal. I'm about 7 feet tall. when my character, when he is first seen, I have scars all over my body, on my neck, and on visible parts of my skin, like my hands, maybe my ankles and my neck, face, wherever you can see a piece of my skin, there's at least a scar there. You can tell he has been through a past life of some kind of battles, torment, whatever you may think. I wear a chain around my neck as a necklace that symbolizes some personal history of my past, but to you, you may just seem like wannabe jewelry. I have chains around my neck and around my waist, I think. Yeah, I have one around my waist that carries a little lantern with me. I have clothes that are typically kind of torn, but good shape. I choose them to be that way. And I have an odd ring on my finger that may know, may not know, may seem normal, may not be, but it has huge value to it as well. But other than that, I'm typically an average chill kind of guy, but also very not chill. I'm out there, make a lot of bad choices, but smart at the same time, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And that's all I got right now on my character.
Carson, why don't you go ahead and introduce yours?
Oh no, I clicked the wrong button. Of course I did.
Dare is going to introduce himself. He's going to reach out his hand to kind of shake your hand and then like miss, like kind of grab the tips of your fingers. It's an uncomfortable initial interaction, right? He's going to introduce himself as Styre. Styre was formerly a human child who was tragically caught in a machining accident that was then killed. His soul was transmuted into this metal body that you see in front of you, and he is not very social. He doesn't really understand social situations. He is incredibly intelligent and very good with his hands, but otherwise is not able to properly communicate how he feels or the situation around him. He is going to very briefly introduce himself. He is like I said, a metal man. Kind of similar to C3PO. Anna's looking for a picture right now to send to the group chat to kind of give you a perspective. He's completely run off of Steam and has a glowing red eye, and then on the other side, a human eye that is from the a child that was unfortunately massacred. Uh, he is going, like I said, briefly introduce himself, and then he's going to go over to Nox and then start showing off Nox's bow to you as if it is the coolest thing that he has ever seen in his entire life, and then pull out his own crossbow, which is it is a large steam-powered crossbow that has multiple levers and cranks and all sorts of different steampunk attire all over it. As Nox is very clearly uncomfortable. Styre has an affinity for Nox's bow. As this
Okay.
is happening, you notice that the goblin that was previously on Styre's back is now missing. You look down and you look down as Brongus is reaching for your pocketbook and then very quickly pulls his hand back and then reaches out again to shake your hand. He is about, I think if I remember correctly, 3.5 feet tall. He's very short. If you're familiar with the game Clash of Clans, he's essentially a Clash of Clans goblin in appearance. I think my profile picture is what he actually looks like with an affinity for gold and everything that is valuable. He is not very smart. He is also not very sociable, but better than Styre at least. But he is very good at dexterity, anything that requires stealth, sleight of hand, or acrobatics. He can do with a surgeon's precision, per se. Uh, he is someone that should not be trusted, but in a pinch, he is someone that can be very handy.
With that being said, I slightly tighten my book bag higher up on myself as I listen to the next introduction.
And Anna.
What was that?
Your turn.
I'm always bad at this.
Well, it's letting me my first time, so I think it's not going to be as bad as mine.
Okay. So, now I'm nervous. My character is a 9 foot tall mushroom, like person, myconid. They don't have very many like human features other than like the kind of silhouette, I would guess. Um, their skin is kind of like the texture of a tree trunk, like tree bark. Um, how else do I describe this? um,
Would I have not ever seen this creature if it's wood-like?
You probably would be familiar with them, but I don't think you would have ever met one. They're very solitary, similar to the druids.
So it's more than anything, I know of them, but maybe
You've probably
have
never
seen
seen one.
distant. Yeah, but
but Twig's probably just gonna like release a deep hum at you to say hello.
Yes, and you would be familiar with most myconids don't have the ability to like speak as like humans and humanoids do. Um, they mostly communicate with um, like telepathically.
okay.
But Twig has an array of sounds that they can make. Yeah. And there you go. The fish person, I'll have them introduce themselves if they join us. Um, but for the most part, I don't know. I don't remember how tall Yask is or anything. But just know she looks similar to like Abe Sapien. And if you've seen the movie Shape of Water, the fish creature in that movie is also where the inspiration was drawn from for that.
Okay, that very reason.
But they would introduce themselves as Yask Hollow Runner.
Brongus looking like Squidward, dude.
Yeah, so continue on as normal.
So at that point, now that everyone has introduced themselves, what are y'all here for? What are y'all? What's the word? What have y'all come to the forest for?
I would disclose everything.
Okay.
Is my advice.
Describe everything.
Everything you. I can't read. I can't read what you wrote, but whatever the king said about the strangers, and that we need to speak to an elder to hopefully find out about this ritual and stop it.
Arborellin, you would probably know that when he says an elder, they were told to come speak to the druid in the druid forest. Um, they're definitely meaning you. You
Okay.
were you're who they were talking to, who the king told him to come ask about golden dragons. The problem is you don't know anything about golden dragons. You've never interacted with them. You've never seen one. They're rather rare in this world, as well as D&D as a whole, I believe.
Would would I at least know like that the golden dragon eggs would be in the hottest part of
Um,
the valley or whichever place we're in?
my notes
Because
specifically say this is how I've written it. Arborella knows that he doesn't know jack shit about golden dragons. He lives in the forest, but has several very powerful looking beings facing him and asking for important information. It's up to you whether you want to disclose your lack of knowledge or pretend to know stuff and lie out of your ass. Those are my exact notes.
Okay, I'm gonna stick to the truth that I don't know anything because apparently I have read about golden dragons for nothing. But continue.
Dang.
So I know
That's
nothing.
idea for you.
I mean, I would say that I am willing to help, that I can pack my things within a moment's notice and tag along and help them find whatever they're looking for. And as long as they have me. So
Is this where we like find out he's joining our party? Or
I mean, he just told you that he can pack up on a moment's notice and go with you.
I'll wait
It
till
seems
after.
to be
Brongis is
because
going
we
to
can pack
jump up
pretty quick.
about.
Brongis is going to jump up about 9 feet into the air. using
Brongis is
his
going to jump up
jump
about
ring,
9 feet into
backflip,
the
and
air
land
using
perfectly
his jump
into
ring
Steyer's
into Styre's backpack.
You sounded like your character. That's what's so.
okay, it's straight up with
Sounded like Max
robotic
Headroom.
voice for sure. Because
Steyr.
I mean,
Beep, 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 beep.
It sounded like Max Headroom.
Can you hear me now?
yeah, there
Sounds
it
like
is.
Max
Can you hear
Headroom
me
is
now?
pretty
It sounds like Max
Can you
Headroom is
hear me
pretty
now?
funny. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you.
yes.
He said, ha 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 ha.
Okay, you can hear me now. uh, Brongus is going to jump up about 9 feet into the air using his jump ring that he has, do a backflip, and land perfectly into Styre's pouch on his back.
Dang.
Fuck yeah.
So I take that as ready to go.
I was surprised he jumped that high for being such a small guy, but perfecting that landing, sheesh.
Yeah, he has a jump ring that he swindled out of a very poor soul.
That poor woman.
I believe
Your
I've heard
back
that,
is
and
infected.
the someone passing through, I
Yeah.
overheard about that. It's very talked about.
Yeah, so, do you guys want to do a rest of any kind or carry on?
Enoch, use one.
What about Knox?
Would I be fresh, like coming out of my home? I mean, that would be
Yeah,
my rest,
you
ready to go.
you probably have been just like meditating up in your home for
Okay.
the day. This is pretty early in the day, in all honesty. It's probably like still around 9 or 10 a.m. ish, around there, give or take. It's pretty early in the day.
So I guess the library is the library suggested in this city?
No, he was
Or is it
referring
really,
to Naffesea's city library.
Oh, okay.
So do you guys want to rest or just head out?
We've only been traveling for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Steyer and Brongis vote to
Styre and Brongus vote to leave now.
I'm
It's a
ready
time
whenever y'all.
thing.
If you guys want to depart, it's going to be that same travel back through the forest, making those same survival checks, just like before. But it'll be with advantage having Arborellin with you. He would know these paths better than anyone.
He cut out on mine. I don't know if he still is.
I had a 15 or a 1. I'll take the 15 on advantage.
Okay, the 15 will succeed coming back out of the forest. Go ahead and make the second check. That looks like a 29.
Advantage.
Yeah, that looks like a 29 you got for that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second time was a 29.
By the way, you can when you're in D&D Beyond, you can right click on like the thing you're trying to roll and you can click if it's an advantage or disadvantage. And then it'll just roll
So,
both of them for you and tell you the highest one.
so we're walking out the forest,
Oh.
right?
Yes, you're headed back to the city.
I would like to walk up to
Arborellin?
Arborellin, and ask him something as we travel.
Okay.
Kind of privately between him and me.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk up to him and I'm gonna ask him. Do you know how I got these scars?
Look of confusion is all you see.
He just met you, Finn. How's the heck are you supposed to know that?
Yeah, so I'll wait. You can choose to stay silent and look at confusion, or just say no, or whatever you want to say.
I feel like a look of confusion at the moment.
Okay. So, so I breathe in, and I answer for him, for myself. I was born in hell on earth with strangers such like yourself that I do not know. So forgive me for saying this, but until I can trust you, joining our party, I'll be keeping a close eye on you.
Duly noted.
Then I walk away.
Okay.
Okay, and I saw your third roll now. You're good there.
Oh, I haven't rolled it yet. Oh, yeah, I did. 29.
So what rolling on so that you could see it? Or do I just roll on the app that I have?
You can just roll on the app and it'll send to the group. I'll be able to see it.
Okay. Okay. I just didn't know how that worked.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So, you guys get back out of the forest safely. You travel back into the city and you approach the library, or the proper name, the Grand Tideloom Athenaeum. The city's library rises from the surrounding streets like a sandstone monument pulled straight from the shore. Its exterior stone is a warm beach gold color, subtly textured as though shaped by centuries of wind and tide, like sand. Embedded throughout the facade are veins of lighter cream and pale rose, giving the building an organic look of a cliff face kissed by the sun. But the true centerpiece is impossible to miss. A massive mosaic spanning the entire front wall, composed of thousands of ocean blue and obsidian tiles. It depicts a titanic kraken unfurling its many arms toward you, an image so strikingly lifelike that many travelers nearby swear the creature's eyes follow them as they pass. Like, you can hear random people around the outside of the library going, "Its eyes follow you. Don't look into them." Stuff like that. Stepping inside, you are immediately enveloped by cool hues and soft echoes. The floor is laid with tiles in dozens of blues, some deep as midnight trenches, others pale as morning surf, and all arranged in swirling, overlapping patterns that mimic the gentle push and pull of waves. As you walk, it truly feels as though you're wading across moving water, the shifting shapes guiding you deeper into the library's knowledge-filled heart. Along the walls and columns, intricate mosaics of different fish shimmer under lantern light. Schools of silver-scaled trout weave beneath panels showing hippocampi, leviathans, and brightly colored reef dwellers unknown to any modern scholar, but instantly recognized by those who have explored the ancient books on native fish. Steyer, you recognize most of these fish that most people don't know.
Yes, Steyer has
Yes, Steyer has started running with Brongus. You can see Brongus like being shaken around as he's going around trying to get as many of these books as possible and reading two of them, one in each hand, after he finds the perfect ones. He is very excited.
Each mosaic is bordered with tiny pearl-like stones, giving them a subtle iridescence when the light strikes just right. Some panels are historical, showing long-lost ocean gods. Others are whimsical, like a troupe of dancing nixies playing shell flutes. The deeper areas of the library are quieter, almost reverent. Carved niches hold coral-shaped lamps that cast a soft turquoise glow, and shelves of driftwood smooth oak stretch high overhead like the ribs of a colossal whale. The air carries a faint scent of salt and old paper, comforting and ancient. Toward the center, a circular reading chamber is set beneath a domed ceiling of deep blue glass, painted with constellations reflected as though seen from beneath the sea. Gentle magical illumination makes the constellations ripple, as if the whole sky is swaying to an unseen tide. From here. Right there. The scent of old parchment and lemon oil fills the air as you step into Everhold's library. Sunlight filters in through the glass, painting the tiled floor, and a brass clock ticks quietly overhead. Somewhere deeper among the stacks, you hear the faint rustle of turning pages, but no footsteps. A tall, bony half-elf with spectacles so thick her eyes are distorted approaches. Her name tag says Archivist Merelda Voss. Hi, how can I help you?
Steyer is completely locked into his books. He has
Steyer is
absolutely no
completely
attention
locked
that anyone
into his
talks.
books. He has absolutely no attention that anyone is talking to him.
Is Nox gonna also explain to her as well?
I guess I'm going to explain to her what we're looking for. Because the smart people in the crowd are already hyper focused on the books. What they're looking for, as I said, we're seeing if we could learn something about this. So, what they're looking for, because, yeah. And I explained to her what we're looking for.
Would I know exactly what we're looking for? Or would I just be standing there waiting also?
I mean, you've never been in this library to really know where you need to go to find them. But she goes, I don't know off the top of my head. Oh, but I have an index right over here. And she pulls out a sheet of paper with an index of every book in the library. It's multiple pages. And it's got like what shelf each one is on and where it's supposed to be. And there's
Can we get
there's
sorry,
large
go ahead.
there's large plaques on all of the like bookshelves and stuff, just everywhere, that you can use to help you find in the index where each of the books is.
Can
We
we
need
pull Steyer's
Steyer's
attention
autism
Do we
to
need
read
the
the entire
Steyer's
index
autism to
almost
read the
immediately.
entire index almost immediately to find out where the book is?
That's exactly where I was headed towards. Can we pull his attention away from the books?
You will need to pull my attention
Roll
away from the
strength
books.
check.
I like to think that I'm actually Styles, one of my favorite people in this. I would walk up to him and try to connect his attention to us and be like, put my hand on his shoulder, like that picture Twig sent. Actually, I'm gonna put my hand on Styles' right shoulder, like no left shoulder, no, my left hand on his left shoulder, like the picture shows, and my right hand on top of the book, trying to like slowly put a pressure on it to lower it and be like, "Hey, Style, we could use you over here, buddy." Kind of
Something
just
else.
like that.
Steyer looks
There's
up.
something else actually useful for you to read.
Steyer looks up very offended and then sees the
Drops
large
his books,
index and
dropping
immediately
them.
drops his books, dropping them to the ground onto the floor, walks over to the index and starts reading it through. I mean, he's able to scan through the pages and just almost immediately flip them over, maybe like a second per page as he flips over this large index and then points his finger to it and says, "Here's the book."
So
Of course, the index.
Unless you want me to roll for that.
you don't necessarily immediately see the book you're looking for, although you don't really know which book you're looking for. You do notice there's like a general section that might contain the knowledge you're searching for. So you would be able to guide them over to that section pretty easily with the like plaques and stuff that are everywhere. And get them over to the section to start digging through books and find the one they're looking for.
I guess next time I won't cover his book since you look so offended. I will approach differently next time.
I'm gonna spend my time surreptitiously picking up after him, so we don't get kicked out of here.
Hey, that's what I was gonna do actually. I was
Um,
picking up his book since he just dropped them on the floor.
I
Since
gotta.
I'm right there.
I'm doing it with stealth so they don't notice me.
That's fair.
you don't even have to roll. It's pretty dark in here. But I misspoke. The index doesn't show where each book is. It's got the sections marked. My bad. I went back and scrolled through my notes. I misspoke.
Would the library girl know the section, or
Well, I mean,
does she only know what the index knows?
It would be on the index pretty easily.
Is a 30 good enough to not get noticed putting the books back that he keeps dropping?
You didn't even have to roll. It's not super bright in here. It's actually kind of dark, except for all the little like lamps in the corners and stuff for reading. So you didn't even have to roll for that.
Well,
You guys get over to the section that Steyer would have guided you to. Steyer, make a intelligence check.
oh, I do have it. Cool.
Oh, didn't roll it.
I see. It rolls it over. Sorry. Steyer got an 8. Does Steyer go to the wrong section about a fish that he's interested in and starts trying to direct everyone's to its attention?
No,
Are any of these books? I mean, are they magical? Like, I mean, do they kind of have like any kind of magical base? Because that's what I was wondering.
let me go ahead and get Arborellin and I mean, is everybody going to be searching through these books to see if there's anything useful in them?
I'm just gonna be putting them up. Last time I looked at something regarding this thing, I got damaged.
I actually was gonna ask you, since this is such an oceanic theme library, if it will have a lot of information on sea life, perhaps maybe races of sea life.
I mean, there's definitely going to be probably an entire section dedicated to like deep sea life and stuff if that's what you're looking for.
Well, what about like no authors per se, like history books or life about my kind per se?
Well, I mean, yeah, that section would there one of the section would probably have stuff about that in them.
Yes.
If I am not
If you
looking
ask
through
Steyer
these
about that, he
books,
would be very happy to direct you around.
well, yeah, actually, if Finn isn't going to be looking through these books for these informations, I would actually like to go look for my own kind of research, for personal research.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Who all is going to try to look through these books for anything useful on like the golden dragons and the ceremony of choosing?
That's not what I'm going to do. Mine was going to be some kind of personal resource, but I was going to try and do the golden dragon first since that's priority.
You already know what I'm doing.
Just picking up books after style.
Yeah, making sure he doesn't,
If
you know, trying to make sure they don't get damaged or anything like that, and put up before anybody notices he's just throwing shit on the ground.
So,
You
what
know what?
about Arborellen? Are you helping look through books?
I was kind of in a thought is if there's any type of magical to these books that if I could do a magic throw or whichever to see if I can detect magic on any of these books to see if anything could be of use.
I will say, if you tried to do any kind of sensing of magic or anything, the the feeling of magic you're getting from just the library as a whole would probably overshadow anything on a book specifically.
So it wouldn't show me anything. Okay.
Because most of the books in here are magic, on top of the library itself being very magical. The lights and all that are all kind of magical.
So if I skim through the index, do I see any even hints of this golden dragon stuff that they keep telling me about?
Well, like I was saying, the index doesn't necessarily have specific books. I misspoke earlier. It's got sections marked. Um, Not so much specifically like Golden Dragon book and
Right.
stuff like that. So it'd be difficult to pick out anything specific like that from it.
Is there a book called Dragons for Dummies? Because then I could read it.
Yeah, you know what? I did take some damage actually, so Finn will not be helping. He will be looking for the sea lives I mentioned earlier for his personal agendas. That's what I will be doing. And maybe I won't get.
Steyer has identified, if he was able to pick the correct book, would he be able to then identify exactly where the section is through magic, or like you said before, is there enough magic in the room where it wouldn't make a difference?
It's not so much the magic in the room that would make a difference for identify, but identify is not going to find like a specific section in a book.
That's find.
I see, makes sense.
Um, for anyone who is going to help search through these shelves to help find the book, I also need an intelligence check.
Shit. Take 25 damage.
Okay, so what exactly would I be rolling?
So on your sheet, um,
This is good.
up at the top right under your name, it'll have you're on an iPad.
Yeah, I'm on an iPad, but I'm on my iPhone for the D&D app.
Wherever it's got your strength, dexterity, and all that listed, you'll find intelligence where it has the +1 on there, and
Yeah.
just click on that and it'll roll that intelligence check.
I don't know what I put. I possibly could have just did that. Hold on. Yes,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
ask. My bad. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I did.
ask. Longus isn't making havoc. Like, is he inside this library?
Brongus is not. However, he's actually behaving himself surprisingly, but he's only 3.5 feet tall, so he can only pick books off the bottom shelf, so he's not very much help.
He'll pick up the books that you're dropping. Okay.
No, unfortunately, he's not kind enough to do that.
So I did roll the intelligence check on my.
I'm not doing it out of kindness. I'm doing it to protect the party from getting kicked out.
And also
Okay,
because Nox got nervous
so
last time he tried to do
with that intelligence, Arborellin, you notice that the books are, like the books have a little thing on them, kind of like for the library card system or whatever, to identify where the book is supposed to go on the shelf and all that stuff. And you notice several of them are out of place.
Okay.
And from where they're supposed to be, they spell out the word choosing. Like the spot that they're supposed to be on the shelf, the ones that are out of place, each of their titles begins with a letter and it's choosing.
Okay. Since they're already out of place, can I take all of them down and place them on the nearest table? Just to.
Yes. So you get all of those books down. So the titles of the books you have grabbed are, and if you want to know anything about them, I can give you a brief summary, or I guess I'll go ahead and do it. So you have How to Lose Friends and Befuddle People, Golden Dynasties, A History of Everhold's Royal Lines, A Beginner's Guide to Advanced Basket Weaving, The Golden Lineage and the Power of Selection, The Joy of Minimalist Maps, Marks of Kingship, Deciphering the Dragon's Birth Sign, 50 Shades of Beige, Everhold's Wandering Capital, A Study of Relocated Seats of Power, and Ye Olde Cookbook for People Who Don't Cook.
Would you be able to send those to the general chat for us to read?
My key gets so dirty, dude. It's just the I too, the letter I, dude, and spacebar. We can hear your voice.
My Microsoft Word isn't working. I had it hyperlinked to where I could just click on the name of the book and it would jump me back in my notes to the actual section on that book, and it's not working. That sucks. Shit.
They know it. You want to know how to look at these guys?
Hey, by the way, Josh,
Yeah.
Yeah, since you can't see me, you can't know I'm in character or out of character. If I use the real name, I'm out of character. If I use Finn, I'm in character.
Okay.
So I made that mention. I made that comment in character. What when you asked him, you want to know how I got these scars? It's like he just met you. How the heck would he know that?
Oh, okay. Well, hey, I will remember the difference. And that does sound like a Knox thing to say in character about asking me how the heck would he know. That does sound like a valid thing you would say.
In that case, I feel like Arborellum kind of takes a mental note that Knox may be the leader of the little group here as we walk down that path towards the library.
We never really established a leader, actually. That's a good point.
I just feel like
Normally,
the background would be like we always have set roles in the forest, so it's kind of how my thought process would be is like who's running this. Like we're not just free to do what we want. We just kind of have to look towards someone to give the okay to what's next.
Let's just tire.
Steyr has a very specific use.
He does. He does.
Anyway, so Golden Dynasties, a history of Everhold's royal lines. This tome traces every monarch chosen through the mysterious will of the Golden Dragons. It includes timelines, genealogies, and political shifts tied to each choosing. Several chapters compare how each new capital city reshaped the country's development. Scholars often reference this book to predict trends for the coming ceremony. And then you have the Golden Lineage and the Power of Selection. It explores theories about why only golden dragons can perform the choosing. Some scholars argue it's tied to their unique arcane biology. Others believe that dragons act as divine messengers. The book weighs each argument and presents rare testimonies from individuals who witnessed the dragons up close. Marks of Kingship, Deciphering the Dragon's Birth Sign. A scholarly attempt to categorize every known mark from past dragon hatchlings. The author proposes symbolism for each sign, though other scholars dispute some interpretations. Famous royal advisors have used this guide during moments of national uncertainty. Some chapters speculate on potential new marks yet to be seen. Everhold's Wandering Capital, study of relocated seats of power. This volume explains how past villages transformed into major capitals when chosen by the hatchling. It provides maps, development records, and economic effects of such changes. The shifting capital has led to unique political flexibility across the centuries. The book closes by predicting which settlements are most ready to ascend. And as you guys have been looking through these books, you keep hearing Archivist Morel de Vos kind of walking by and making side comments about, I swear these shelves move. Just, they have to move when no one's looking. They have to. Where did I leave my quill? How to Lose Friends and Befuddle People. Offers conversational tips guaranteed to confuse or repel listeners. Suggestions include answering questions with questions and narrating everything you do aloud. The author seems proud of having no friends. It doubles as a comedy guide.
Do I gain anything from reading that book?
You do not. You do not.
Because Brongus.
A beginner's
Because
guide
Brongus.
to advanced basket weaving. Awesome, and that one's not going to work either.
I will be right back.
A beginner's guide to advanced basket weaving. This book claims to teach prestigious weaving techniques, but delivers none of them. Readers instead find step-by-step instructions for creating a misshapen bowl. The author repeatedly apologizes for the lack of diagrams. A final chapter insists that imperfections build character. The joy of minimalist maps. That one's not going to work either. Every map consists of a single dot labeled somewhere. The author claims minimalism leaves room for imagination. Several pages give contradictory travel advice. Cartographers universally despise this book.
It's a map to nowhere.
There's a map to somewhere, but you'll
It
never
just
know.
doesn't tell you how.
Yep.
Somewhere.
50 Shades of Beige. Where is it? Contains page after page of beige color samples. Each beige is described using words like mild, tepid, or lukewarm. The book is both boring and oddly mesmerizing. There are several notes kind of written on the inside of the cover. This helped me go to sleep. This helped me sleep. This put me to sleep. Most boring book ever. And Ye Olde Cookbook for people who don't cook. Ye Olde Cookbook for people who don't cook. Every recipe begins by instructing you to hire a competent chef. The book then compliments you on your excellent taste in outsourcing. A few pages include recipes, such as how to order takeout in different dialects. It's widely considered the least helpful cookbook ever written.
So reading on the, I missed the name of the book for the dragons.
So there were several. There's Golden Dynasties, a history of Everhold's royal lines, the Golden Lineage and the Power of Selection, Marks of Kingship, deciphering the dragon's birth sign, and Everhold's Wandering Capital, a study of relocated seats of power.
Can we have Steyer skim through those different books and see if he can find anything useful?
I mean, yeah, so for the most part, it's just talking about the books you found for that day. So we'll say the library isn't open very long, so your quick searches in the library have to be short. But what he does find is that Golden Dynasties, it just explains the different royal lines, how they got there. There's the Golden Lineage and the Power of Selection, which talked about why only golden dragons can do the ceremony. There's the Marks of Kingship, deciphering the dragon's birth sign, which talks about all of the different marks that were on the dragons and how that foretold of which city and who was to become the next king. And then Everhold's Wandering Capital, a study of relocated seats of power, talked about the villages that transformed to become the next capital after the dragon chose them, and how that process kind of works.
And it also that book also said that there was it was speculating as to which ones were ready for
Yes,
becoming the capital.
it also there's a study near the end of it talking about which villages they believed would be next and were ready to become the next capital.
So I got a suggestion, y'all. I say we go to those villages that are potentially the next capitals in the hopes that the dragon, the ancient gold, and their egg are in the vicinity of one of those that's going to be the next capital. Possibly be the next capital. That's the most educated guess we got so far.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I mean, I will tell you, there are more books to find that will reveal more stuff about them. Um,
Oh.
I have this planned as a 5-day thing, in-game 5-day thing, and there is a book that will tell you more. Don't give up on your search.
But Steyer has read.
But Steyer has read through all the books by the time, on the first day, by the time we have to leave?
Yes.
Okay, so he's able to comprehensively read through all of them.
Brongus is going to try to read the book about deception and get most of the way through the second page of the book before it's time to leave, while also not listening to Steyer.
Nice. So you guys are ushered out of the library on that after that first day, and
I thought we got kicked out, dude.
told to come back tomorrow.
I'm going to make note of the cities that were likely to see if there's other references that in the future.
Okay, I'll let you know which ones it is. I didn't specifically write them down in an easy to find place. Once I find that spot in my notes, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
So you guys go back to where would you like to stay while you're still in the city? Because you guys, it's kind of still, I mean, where are you guys staying? Are you staying back with oh god, what's his name? Oh shit.
That's a weird name.
I don't remember his name.
Related to those shit?
I relied on Emily for that information. Fuck.
Is he related to those shit?
The Emily's friend that she was living with while working at the market. Carl. So would you guys be staying with Carl, or would you want to go back to the inn that you guys had rooms at?
I would not want to impose on Carl's good graces.
Shouldn't we check on Carl anyways?
Be the house guest from hell and keep coming back.
Okay. Well, seeing how a figure, Aunt Jessie like figure, has been around, I know Carl was not like involved completely back then, but was around it. So like, I feel like we should like at least check on Carl while we're here. We've been gone for a while.
I mean, Emily, I think Yask was receiving letters from him while you guys were in Yanabe. So he's probably.
Aunt Jessie can be a cool person.
You are correct. She has not been kind.
All right, let's go check on Carl.
That's up to y'all. I mean,
Works for me.
just while
Works
we're-
for me. Styre's gonna get in the
I
backpack.
mean, Game
Brongis
Kit's not
gonna get
here
in the backpack.
either, so it's kind of hard to decide because Game Kit's not here, so we won't know any like special notes because I mean, he's not here to tell her what to tell us.
So,
Just
you guys travel back to Carl's.
Yeah.
You guys go to Carl's. You arrive at the door. You knock. Carl opens the door. He's just, come on in, come on in. I wasn't expecting any visitors.
Oh, that's okay, sir. We just come by to check up on you, make sure you're okay.
Oh well, I mean, I'm fine after what happened. But can I get you any snacks or anything?
No, we don't want to impose. Thank you very much for the offer, though.
Oh well, it's all fine and dandy. I mean, have fun on your adventures for King Atlan.
Love this old man.
Interesting.
Hey, Carl's okay. You want to go to an inn? Or do you want to stay in the wagon?
King Hat.
I feel like we're imposing
a little bit by all us piling into his house, especially with a stranger, but
he's okay with it.
I mean, if he's okay with it, you know.
I mean, you guys saw his face. He's he hasn't really ever met Nox, but seeing the rest of you guys around him, he's probably pretty cool with it. And he just immediately was like, "Oh, okay, Nox is with him." Or that strange wood elf man and that other wood elf man are with them, so they must be okay.
Okay.
You guys went in the house?
No, we're still outside right now, and he's on.
Star's gonna put his
hands over his shoulders and hold Brongus's hand so he doesn't steal anything.
So he's just holding him out in front of him like a cat.
No, he's still on his back.
No, he's still on his back, but he has his hands kind of over his shoulders, grabbing onto Brongus's hands as he sits on his backpack.
Nice.
Well, Nox is really that opposed to intruding on Carl, and we do have a complete random new stranger to him. I wouldn't be opposed to going back to the wagon and whatnot. I just felt the need to check on Carl just because of situations.
Oh yeah, you guys could
It's
stay in
okay,
the
he says
wagon.
He's okay. Let's go stay in the wagon. Because we got discussions that we probably don't want people overhearing.
That's a good question.
That is true. Yeah.
Twig, are you going to let them stay in your wagon?
All of us didn't have to come either, I think. So like
Roll a persuasion check.
You want me to?
we should totally spend the night like
Yes, we want to inflict on Carl Brongus.
What about Twig's kid?
You guys said you liked it.
Is the owl
Okay,
kid
you said you liked
with the new person?
I think we should end up
You guys
rolling a
said you liked-
persuasion check
I've been with us the whole time.
to
Oh
convince
yeah, fair enough.
Ben
Yeah, okay.
Dorsal not to go to Carl's.
You guys said
But
you
I ain't
liked
got
the
nothing
dude.
to say to persuade Twig to let us in the wagon, so I would leave that to y'all.
I just think it's persuasion check is funny.
Anyway, so Twig, are you going to let them stay in your wagon?
No one's rolled a persuasion check.
Brongus roll sleight of hand?
Can Brongus roll sleight of hand and just take the keys for the wagon so we can all go into the wagon?
There aren't keys for the wagon. It magically locks.
Dang
Got
it.
a 16.
That was almost another one. Knox wanted.
What he's saying.
He wanted 16.
I'm saying
He's trying to speak to me.
I'm
I
trying not
know
to
it.
put a word in edgewise.
What would I roll for that? Or
Hey,
who's
Twig?
rolling for it?
She's asking for a persuasion check.
And I'm trying to talk to her.
It keeps cutting out.
You cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, we're gonna have conversations that we probably don't want other people hearing. An inn might have ears. Carl would be an imposition because Brungus and Steyer. You think it would be okay if we stayed in the wagon?
As long as no one touches anything.
Think harder.
Steyer rolls a 4 and just tries to say please, but like accidentally kind of like screws up saying please and like his voice cracks and everything like that.
So funny.
Brongus rolls a 6 and tries to say please, but is very clearly reaching for your pocketbook as he says please. And so Steyer has to grab him back.
Please, grabby, grabby, grabby.
We can go in the wagon, but the goblin is going to be bound.
Fair enough.
Steyer ties up Brongus, kind of like have you seen that video of the kitten that's been like put in a blanket or whatever, like a burrito? Yeah, exactly like that.
I'm gonna check your knots.
It's a goblin burrito.
Exactly. We just his head sticking out.
With Brongus bound, we can go in the wagon.
What would that be? A survival check or what?
He's dumb. You don't need no.
Tie knots.
Yeah,
Tie the
I would say either sleight of hand or survival.
All right,
I'm still trying to figure out the persuasion. The persuasion. I don't know how to do that.
The persuasion check is going to be under skills if you're looking at it on your phone.
I got it.
But Nox pretty much rocked that persuasion check.
Yeah.
Now they're doing either sleight of hand or survival to figure out if Steyer ties good knots.
I got a survival of 21, a sleight of hand of 15.
I think I just rolled stealth on accident.
It'll be okay. We'll get over it.
Steyer cannot, as in he cannot not, but he can not.
Okay, but I'm not sure what I did exactly, but I rolled an 18 on a
That
sleight
button
of
is
hand.
gonna explode.
It checked.
Yeah, you're good. So
He did a stealth check.
Nox, seeing that Steyer's knots are lackluster, ties them quite a bit tighter, seemingly just out of dislike of Brongus, not necessarily just to tighten the knots.
You said that I did that?
No, Nox.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, noticing that
Yeah, I would do that.
Steyer's knots weren't as tight as Nox would like them, Nox tightens them.
Because otherwise, Steyer cannot.
I don't want him escaping.
Okay, to the wagon we go.
So yeah, Twig, if you want to call your magical wagon.
Are we by a road?
You're in town.
Okay, so Twig is gonna go to like the closest road and like clap their hands together, and then a wagon is just gonna shoot.
It just appears.
It just appears like a called horse.
The first thing Finn does is touch his
There wasn't a wagon there, and now there is.
Like
How does Arborellin feel about this
it's like a merchant wagon.
magical wagon appearing?
I tighten my book bag even tighter, knowing it has already been tried to pick earlier on in that day.
At this
Longest
point,
watches you do this out of the knots that he is tied in.
I feel like Eberlin has more trust issues in us than Finn has for him at this point.
It's very likely.
I think Brongus is the only one that can outsneak me, so I'm being careful.
That little thing? Wow. You got some competition.
Yeah, Brongus has a stupid stealth.
Yeah, he has plus 11.
Golly.
Yeah, he has plus 11 for sleight of hand. I can roll a 0 and still get past 10.
So
I can roll a 1.
then
Or I can roll a 1 and get a 12, which is still not that bad. So watch out.
so myself here, so Arborellin, I feel like since I'm only needing the 4 hours of rest, my sole duty tonight will be to watch Brungus all night. I will keep tabs on him for the night.
That's more of a you thing. Having a night watch isn't so necessary in the wagon. Just unless you guys want to keep a night watch on the wagon.
Just put just put Brongus in a crib and we should be fine.
There you go.
Stay up all night watching Eberlin and be like, well, you're not sleeping. Suspicious.
Because I mean, there is a strong feeling that I have to watch Brungus.
Suspicious. First night here and you're not sleeping, you waiting for us to go to sleep? We planning. We plotting. You're gonna try and kill us in our sleep?
You can stay awake with me if you'd like.
I don't know. Why me?
You can't just sit there and just be like, oh, what if this happens? Don't ask.
It sucks because I need sleep to replenish my health, but now if I stay up to watch this guy, I never regenerate my health. It's all a part of your plan. You're trying to get me weaker. That's what it is.
Okay, then I agree to go ahead and sleep just to ease the nerves since I'm new to the group.
Oh no, now you're trying to sleep. See, that's even what that's just something.
Oh Lord.
While you're having this conversation,
While you're having this conversation, Brongus has somehow attached a pointing stick for like a whiteboard attached to another stick, and now is trying to pull something off of a shelf that is nearby him with just his mouth.
Twig is going to grab your
Arborellin.
stick and wrap it in multiple pieces.
Arborellin is thinking maybe a tree would be nicer for a stay.
I mean, there are trees throughout the city.
This thing, dude.
Regular trees.
Oh, oh, look, there's an elf in a tree again.
Are we in the wagon now? I'm lost.
Yeah, you guys went into the wagon.
Yes, my son is here.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to describe your child to Arborellin?
I do have a child.
Seeing how Brongus is as smart and thievery as he is, I can kind of understand Eberlin's concerns.
However, Brongus is otherwise
Incredibly dumb, so that is something to be exploited.
Oh, I was gonna say that, but I figured I was gonna be nice.
Can I offer?
He does have the uncanny ability to survive.
He puts on his intelligence and thievery.
Intelligence was Brongus's dump stat.
I will say he stole
Yeah,
from me.
as well as strength. He has a -1 for strength and for intelligence. So yeah, you can just kind of throw them around, or just yeah.
Guttables written on the ceiling, Brongus.
Froggus is gonna look up.
Can he read gullible?
He's gonna say that. He's gonna say, "I can't read."
He looks up and says, "I can't read."
It has more than 3 words. I can't. Or 3 letters.
It has more than
I can't
3
read
words.
It.
I can't. Or 3 letters. I can't read it.
Trust me,
Ugh.
it's there, Brongus. Don't worry.
Anyway, I figured we'd stop at 10. Do you guys want to stop at 10 or keep going?
I'm good until.
I'm good until 11.
What about everybody else?
I'm good.
Break time.
Yeah, if
I'm
we're
off
gonna
work tomorrow.
if we're gonna play later, we can go ahead and call a break. I want to read something before we go to break, but yeah, if you guys are all up for playing later,
I can push another hour.
what was that, Ro?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, let me read this for you guys going to sleep, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. So you guys go to rest. I gotta jump way back up in my notes because I wrote it here for some reason. You guys all lay down to take your long rest. For Finn, Knox, Styre, Twig, and Yask, yes, as you sleep, you see multiple scenes of dreams. From when you were kids back in the fort. Except on the edge of the dreams, kind of in the background, or maybe peering around a corner, or watching from afar, is a kid that you all recognize as the kid is unmistakably a younger version of this wood elf that's traveling with you, Arborellin. And now seeing it in your dream, you realize the name sounds familiar. The longer and more scenes that play through your memories, the more you remember that there was this little wood elf that was always alone and never really wanted to play with the rest of you. They were always to themselves, so much so that they didn't even go to the carnival with you guys when Aunt Jessie invited you as kids before the fort was destroyed. So this kid definitely would have been in the fort when it was destroyed or shortly before. And you awake.
Was I included in that?
No, Knox wouldn't have been at the fort as a younger child.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was
Yeah, it was Finn,
urchin.
Finn, Styre, Twig, and Yasp would have had those dreams and remembered them.
I was raised in a swamp area by a druid.
Finn wakes up. He sits up and just looks at Elben, whether he notices or not. He doesn't make a noise. He just looks and stays silent and just blankly stares for however long. Yeah, just stares until he notices.
Hey, I only rest 4 hours and then I'm pretty much watching the wagon.
Okay.
My long rest is 4 hours.
Yeah, so is Arborellans.
Makes sense. He's an elf.
So, would we have a familiar, faint sense to Arabellion as well? Like, will he have this kind of feeling towards us as we just now experienced towards him? Name-wise and stuff?
I mean, I would say that Arborellon also, through your dreams, you remember these, not all of them, only the large shark person, the metal man, the giant mushroom, and the fish creature. Actually, you wouldn't recognize the fish creature. Um, you would recognize the shark, the metal man, and the mushroom. From when you guys were kids, you would always see them playing with each other and running around having fun with this other changeling girl. She had very pale skin, typical changeling.
So you're saying that I would remember Finn Dorsal?
You would remember seeing them as kids, always playing, and you never wanting to join in with them, kind of staying to yourself. And you'd remember the day that a lady came to the fort and invited them and you to go to the carnival, and you had refused.
Okay.
So they had gone without you, and then the attack on the fort and everything that happened with that.
Dang, so he was there firsthand for all that.
So then, as I wake, then I'll lean in towards Finn Dorsal and whisper quietly where no one else could hear. I do think I remember where you got those scars.
I'm awake at this point, right? Like when
Yeah.
I'm looking at him.
Yeah.
Oh, Reggie.
Finn stays quiet still, but whenever he leans in, his eyes turn. And then when he tells me that if he backs up or not, his eyes stays focused on him and he just stays quiet. Like you can tell he's complicating something in his mind on his face.
So is there any type of symbol to this, where we're from? Or
Yeah,
can there be?
there is. Let me find description. I mean, you would remember the massive dark stone of the fort. It stood on the top of a cliff. Um, where is it was called the Watchman's Crest. Shit, where did
You
I
said the
write it?
Washington Crest?
Watchman's
Watchman's Crest.
Watchman's Crest. Yep, I did not write what the actual crest looks like, but you would remember the Watchman's Crest.
So, with me remembering it by memory, as I said before, I have these small wooden charms that I have made myself. Can one of them be this Watchman crest that I can show to the group that I do remember
Of course.
to maybe give them more of an at ease of who I am?
Yeah. Of course.
Just kind of a trust building deal here.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And with that, let's take about a 10-minute break. Josh, hang out for a second. I have a question I want to ask you.
Again.
But for everybody else, you've got 10 minutes, so be back at 10:15, and we'll go ahead and kick back off.
Info.
Put it in.
Kong.
Street.
I've also been muted this whole time. So, welcome back. We're going to kick off day 2 with everybody waking up and having the remembrance of each other, besides Nox and Brongus, who probably doesn't recognize himself looking in a mirror.
I'm about to say, does he even recognize
Can I
Um,
roll to be out of the? Can I roll to be out of the knots by the time everyone wakes up?
Yeah, roll a sleight of hand.
I'm gonna get you.
Does a 25 do it?
Does a 25 do it?
Well, considering that Nox only rolled a 21 to make sure you stayed tied, I would say so.
Nate.
Can I
Dang,
see
God.
him do this?
Brongus is trying his best to
Brongus
make
is
breakfast
trying
for
his best to make breakfast for everyone when everyone wakes up.
He has a very
He has
large-
a very large animal that he's carving into to make sausages out of.
Would I
It
have
is
watched
most
this to make
likely
sure he
a
didn't-
farmer's, nearby farmer's animal.
Would I have been able to watch this just to make sure that he did not pocket anything?
Yeah, considering that you only had to have a 4-hour rest, and Nox would have probably also seen it. Yeah, you guys probably witnessed Brongus pull this animal in from outside. We'll go ahead and say it's a goat that he's dragged in here.
When did he get free though? Because that's still a 4-hour grace period.
I would say he was free whenever Nox and Arborellin were coming out of their trance.
He pretty much dropped the knots on the floor as we kind of came to.
So just you guys open your eyes, and Bronx is standing there taking the knots off, and he runs out the door.
Dang, Knox, I thought you was good at trying Knox, Mister Boy Scout. Yeah.
Well, Josh,
Knots-
when Finn wakes back up, Brongus is already in there cooking breakfast. The only ones that saw him leave were Nox and Arborellin.
And from what my thought process is so far is Finn Dorsal is probably just kind of standing there hungry now.
Yeah, that's kind of out of
Focus
context
on food.
for Williams.
Twig is definitely freaking out right now. They're marching right up to him and like scruffing him like a cat.
Are y'all not gonna
Are
eat
y'all not
breakfast?
gonna eat breakfast? I say as Brongus.
Is the animal still alive?
The
he's
animal
trying to
is
find out?
basically a skeleton by this point.
Ugh.
I have taken every
Nox.
single thing this animal can give.
Nox, from what you can tell, this animal was perfectly butchered. Outside of the wagon, there's a rope hanging off of like the porch of the wagon from where it was tied up, and laying in front of you is just a goat skeleton.
Okay. Gotta ask, is there blood on the Twig's wagon?
No, it was
No,
perfectly
so-
butchered
so-
outside before being brought in.
You guys were supposed to make sure he wasn't gonna get out of his binds.
And you said he was a nice Dyer.
Yeah, who was responsible to make sure I was in my binds?
Twig is just gonna
Right.
growl at you at this point. Quite
The
literally.
guy with a bow
Very
that
scary.
can shoot you before anybody could stop him.
What was
I
that?
agreed at the end to finally sleep.
I don't know what either of them just said.
He asked who was supposed to keep him tied up. I said the guy with a bow that could shoot you before anybody could stop him.
I will say Finn is actually talkative a lot. He's still just silent. Maybe because of the dream. But at this point, I don't think we know that each other had dreams. So right now it's just an unknowing silence from Finn.
And
If the large
small
mushroom lady would
whisper
let
that
me go, I could prepare everyone a plate.
Sorry.
How's his cooking at least?
What
How's his cooking at least?
have you taken from my wagon?
What have I given to your wagon? And I point to the food.
Oh, they stole it from someone else.
Actually,
comment. So Arbor
This doesn't have a response for that one.
Seems like he is taking notes from this book that he read yesterday. Answering questions with questions.
From the one page that he completely read.
Yes. That was the only thing that he got out of that entire book. Out of the entire page.
Oh my lord.
Well, Twig, can I prepare everyone a plate?
Oh, clearly you're not trustworthy.
Even with this generous meal
That you stole.
that I acquired?
I have children around here.
And there's food for them too.
It is
Shake you
like-
around. Around in my hand.
Steyer's gonna come along or whatever and grab Brongus like his child is being shaken.
Oh, I can cast known warlock spells. Huh.
Gonna angrily clack at you.
Better give me some
Well, I'm
spells.
gonna try the meat. How is it? How'd you do?
Roll Constitution.
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
I do not try the meat.
We have an in-party fight at least once every session.
Okay, come on, roll.
Who rolls Constitution? Oh.
Knox is rolling
Knox tried
Constitution. He tried the meat. Was that a 16?
Yeah, that's a 16.
Knox, you
I'll check.
you don't feel sick, but you can definitely tell that the meat was not fully cooked.
I'm gonna go
Although
feed the fridge.
so parts of it are undercooked and other parts are burnt, charred, unedible. Somehow he's gotten undercooked and overcooked meat on the same piece.
Brongus looks at you with a twinkle in his eye like he's done something very good. For once.
I assure him that he has not.
Brongus has the biggest frown you could ever see. He is so upset by this.
I am not phased by the frown.
Steyer comforts him.
I feel like the first impression of trying to steal the book bag, I immediately am just like written him off at this point. It'll take a while before the trust even gets enough to the point where it's like I'm okay with him.
Would you have a
I'm gonna go feed stray dogs.
Would you have a chance of
I'm gonna go
Feeding.
I'm gonna go dispose of the evidence by feeding stray dogs.
Would you have a better chance of? Would you have a chance of getting sick if you eat the burnt part?
Eat the what?
Not necessarily, I guess. I mean, you're still gonna have to roll a con check.
Oh. Well,
Just
I mean,
lower
I've already
DC.
separated it.
Can I take a good portion of it and put it in my bag of holding?
Yeah. Do you want a burnt
Like the
piece?
undercooked.
An undercooked piece? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Throw it right in.
Just for later.
Oh.
Hey, I mean, I do have a scorched away. I could cook the food. in
By
my
the way,
pan and eat.
Ro. So back out of your character and then go back in because I realized you didn't have a lot of your stuff equipped, and so some of
Oh.
your stuff might change. Like none of your armor was equipped or anything.
Oh.
Just
Sounds
go
good.
out of your character and then back into it. It should reload.
Hey,
Hey, you
I
did
want
pretty
a
good.
constitution check. Nat 20 plus 30.
Did pretty good on that one.
So I would take a plate from Brongus, eat it,
Raw meat.
Also,
and me
Carson.
having my sharp
Yes.
teeth tear through the burnt part of meat as well.
So do I click manage inventory and add custom item?
Yeah. I mean, Ro, you can. Yeah, you can do. Go to your inventory and hit manage inventory, and then add custom item.
Okay.
And then just put like piece of goat meat, undercooked or whatever you want to put there.
As for Finn, does he get sick or does he just go perfectly fine?
Oh no, Finn's fine, but you can tell there was something off about that meat.
Yes, so what I would do is I visibly am in disgust, but I have eaten worse. But I look at Brongus and I'm like, I appreciate you, little guy. The next time we two will all the way so that we can help decide in the future. This is like the first nicest thing Brongus has done in my eyes, I feel like. So I do this out of not sympathy, but out of the niceness of my heart. And then I'll try to convince Brongus next time, let us do it for
Traits,
you.
manage feats, and then I can click one.
Yeah, whichever one you want to pick up.
Okay. And I guess I could do ability score
Oh,
improvement.
it's nasty. I'm gonna
Not
go
you can't take another
right now.
ability score
Oh,
improvement. It's got to be another regular
Fungus.
feat.
Salting me? Are we gonna have another main character fight again?
Huh?
Route 1.
Wait, what'd I say?
Oh, it's another thing. Twig and Finn do not get along.
Wait, hold on. What did I say?
I was making a joke.
Oh, I clicked. I don't know what I did.
I tried to comfort Longus with it.
Okay.
Just throws up all over Turk's floor.
Twig is going to grab you by the neck.
Now, if I did throw up, I did say before you said it, and that I would go outside and hurt it up if I did. Just trying to be nice for Longus.
Twig ain't
And my
touching that.
teeth are sharp enough it can rip through the burnt piece of the meat, anyways.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
we're here.
Oh, got that on me.
Sorry. I was going through everybody's character stuff and messing with it. Get it to where it's supposed to be. Anyway, so
And anecdote me. Go ahead.
you guys have another day of going to the library.
I'll do the same thing I did before, picking up after Star, so that he don't get us kicked out.
You return to the library in the early afternoon. So you had pretty much the entire morning to do whatever you wanted. The air feels slightly different, cooler, as though something has been disturbed. A neat stack of books lies on a cart labeled "To be reshelved," but the labels on the shelves around it are crooked, as though hastily moved. As you enter, a man crosses paths with you. You can see like multiple times as he's walking across, like as you guys enter, he walks kind of from one side to the other. He just drops his pen, just his quill. He'll drop it and he'll take 4, 5, 6 more steps and he'll drop his quill and pick it back up and then he'll just not like purposely dropping it, but he can't keep that in his hand to save his life.
So he's like distraught.
And you hear him whispering to himself about how several of the tomes in the Draconic section keep showing up in the morning in the wrong place.
Okay.
Interesting. Well, Finn goes back to the fish aisle once again for more research.
Do we feel, or can we like detect that the librarian may know more than what you let on in the beginning?
You don't see her.
Okay.
Brongis is back at it with the same book. He's sitting in a large chair, and you can see that the book extends past his head because of how large it is in comparison for the small Brongus.
Both so good, I would freaking style back.
Can Sire roll
Investigation on what might be the next step in finding another book on the same topic about the Golden Dragon?
You don't have to roll. I mean, you can go back and continue searching that same section you were looking in before.
Okay.
He would have a feeling of there was more there. It just wasn't in the group of books that you guys picked out.
I see.
Yeah, Steyer will keep on looking for information about the Golden Dragon and the ceremony.
I do want to ask, how many days are we expecting to be at the library?
5.
5. But I divide that. While we do this, I'm gonna send you a DM.
Okay.
So what would passive insight, would that help us here?
Not so much. Um,
Or even investigation?
so going back to that same section, um, you can.
Yeah, would we be able to like see if there's maybe secret passageways in this library, or
I mean, you can roll to try and find secret passageways if that's what you want to look for.
for the passive investigation?
Yeah, I mean you can.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
do
got
that.
perception for that.
Oh,
My passive perception for that is 20.
Yeah, I mean
By the way,
you don't find anything that signals any kind of hidden passageways anywhere.
okay. Would there be anything that points us, or that we could do that would point us in the correct direction to finding what we're looking for, like the books? And,
I mean, you guys can just roll intelligence and see if you can find a book.
okay, let's see. So I rolled a 15 on intelligence.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a d8.
Oh, wait,
just,
8.
something catches my eye.
I rolled an 8 on the d8.
Alrighty. So there are two books that kind of stick out to you. One of them is titled "Please Don't Read This Book." The other one is titled "One Goblin's Trash is Another Goblin's Treasure."
Okay.
Um, so please don't read this book. Says every page begs the reader to stop reading immediately. Nothing actually happens, creating a strange sense of suspense. Occasionally, the author threatens mild disappointment. There are several notes talking about how most of the other readers finished it just out of spite. The other book you find is One Goblin's Trash is Another Goblin's Treasure,
And I keep peeking over the book at Brongus.
which is a goblin author explains why everything you consider garbage is actually priceless. Many chapters include questionable crafting methods involving slime, nails, and yelling. None of the suggested tools are sanitary, and the foreword claims if it smells bad, it's probably magical.
Dang, longest.
Rongus is still reading his book on the first floor, so he is unaware about the book. If anyone wanted to bring it to his attention, by all means.
Unfortunately, Finn's not there, so he can't.
I make note to remind him when I see him.
Oh no.
No, because then he'll start bringing stinky stuff, thinking it's magical.
But thinking, well, depending on the
Okay.
answer I get, well, Finn may not even know about that book either. Oh, the Barngus thing. Yeah, freaking Bong is gonna start bringing up dead corpses. I can make y'all magical food breakfast.
What?
Exactly.
Breakfast of the magicals.
Yeah, definitely not on the to-do list is tell Brongus about anything.
I shall keep it.
He, well,
Brongus,
Anybody else want to roll?
yeah. What do we look? What are we rolling?
Intelligence.
Where's my die?
Just straight intelligence.
15.
It's an intelligence check, yeah. Okay. Roll a d8.
What?
Roll a d8. Just flat roll. Oh, hey Carson, do you want dice or do you want to just keep rolling in the... Okay.
yeah, because we all know he has dice and everything for
5.
everybody here.
Twig, the book that sticks out to you is Ogres and Opinions, Why Only One Matters.
Dang, that's a specific.
An ogre-written book that repeatedly states ogres don't care what others think. The author provides examples of times he ignored human advice with great success. Some stories contradict themselves, but the ogre doesn't notice. The conclusion simply reads, Ogre is right.
Good to know.
You guys can search multiple times, by the way. It's not just a one book per person.
Okay, I'll go to it.
If you've already rolled an intelligence check, you can just roll another d8.
Okay.
Stire's gonna give it a shot and roll for intelligence.
Yeah,
or
it's
for
intelligence.
yeah, it was intelligence.
What's he get? Carson.
It
It gets a 14 plus 3, 17.
Okay, so roll a d8. And Williams, you got a 2.
I got a 19 on the intelligence check the
Mhm.
second time around, and a 2 on the D8.
Okay, so you find Draconic Prophecy and the Cycle of 3 Centuries. A collection of ancient prophecies discussing why the choosing happens only once every 300 years. It explains the magical resonance required for the dragons to lay their sacred egg. Many sections debate whether the cycle is arcane necessity or divine schedule. Footnotes discuss past attempts to predict the cycle's minor variations.
Dyer, you might want to read this book over.
Stire gets a 3 for his D8 roll.
Okay.
I also got a 3.
You guys both find separate copies of the same book, Draconic Heraldry and Royal Symbolism. An illustrated guide to the evolution of Everhold's royal banners and symbols. Many heraldic elements originate from specific hatchling markings. The book compares how nobles have misused or reinterpreted these symbols throughout history. It remains a favorite resource for royal artisans.
Of course, the nobles did.
pretty cool.
So do we just keep rolling for the 8th? And
Yes.
see what we can...
Yep.
Okay.
See, I would say y'all could compare those two books together.
Yeah, I make sure Steer gets a hold of that.
Steyer rolls an 8.
Steyer rolls an 8.
You find the not so secret secrets of secret societies. Which is a book that promises revelations but refuses to provide any. Every chapter titles a secret, then immediately says, "Actually, never mind." Footnotes claim legal reasons prevent disclosure. This book is popular among pranksters.
I'm gonna need you to stop playing World Sea Battle.
Not what? Oh.
My
Not
computer
actually.
alerted me that Josh was playing a video game.
I'm not actually playing it. It's
Would there be another section that I look in, or is whenever we're rolling, are we checking the entire library?
I was going to sell somewhere, but I'm not actually.
You're checking this whole section, and the section that you're in isn't necessarily just about dragons. It contains a lot of the dragon, like, so you're on say like you're between two shelves on either sides of you, and like this one over here is about dragons, and this one is about like ancient ceremonies and that kind of thing, history. So I mean, the sections you would be looking for, both of them are right next to each other.
Okay. So whenever I'm rolling, I'm checking technically both sections right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And as you can tell, books from other sections have ended up here. Not necessarily supposed to be in this section. And I mean, you could go and check another section to see if one of these books could have possibly ended up in a different section.
Yeah, could I go and see if, I don't know what I have to roll for that, but can I see in a different section if any of these books may stand out?
Yeah, so roll another intelligence check.
Okay. 19 plus 1, 20.
Holy shit, dirty 20. Okay, randomly scattered through this shelf that you're searching, you see a book that kind of it doesn't look like it belongs here. It just seems kind of odd. But looking at it, the title is Habitats of the Golden Worm, a Naturalist's Guide. You find it in the section of what section? It is in the section of ancient artifacts. Is where you ended up finding this book. It just says Habitats of the Golden Worm, a Naturalist's Guide. And as you're flipping through it, it seems to be a well-organized naturalist guide describing where golden dragons prefer to nest. It includes maps of mountain ranges, forests, and arcane hotspots. Most of the text appears legitimate with detailed observations and sketches.
That was worm spelled W-U-R-M.
That was
right?
worm spelled W-U-R-M, right?
YRM.
Okay, but not
WYRM.
WORM.
Okay, but not WORM.
Yeah, yeah. Worm as in dragon, not worm as in dirt.
Okay, so do I know where to go now with this, or
What do you
can I
mean?
bring it? Like, if it shows, you said where they like to nest. Do I know of these places that they like to nest now?
I mean, yes and no. The problem is it lists so many different kinds of places. It would be hard to go to all of them.
But when we cross-reference it with the towns that people think these researchers thought would be the next town or would be candidates for the next town.
Would any of them
How's that?
stand out?
No, so what you're seeing is most of the places that the other book said would be the next village, or would be the next city to rise, or they proposed that it might be. And the habitats of the golden worms, um, they are actually like polar opposites.
Huh.
Not polar opposites, but like none of these cities exist in any of the places that the book suggests they would be.
Oh. So it's, in other words, it describes a area, but it's really too general.
Yeah, yeah. None of the places it describes could be pinned down as a specific one or a couple of these cities. Most of the cities match multiple places that they could be. But knowing what you know about the current cities that have been selected, like Azlaron is one, Naffisea is one of them, and whatever I named the other one. Um, None of those places match up with known habitats either.
Oh.
So there's not something special about like the place as far as habitats go.
Okay.
Would you guys like to continue searching for books?
It's almost 11.
Yeah.
It is. Search one more book.
I actually kind of want to go to
Yeah,
bed.
let me go ahead and search for one more book.
A
Steyer
4.
rolls a
Steyer finds the book Children of Gold, The Hatchlings of History. This book offers biographies of each golden hatchling produced in past cycles. It analyzes their temperaments, magical affinities, and symbolic roles. Some were calm and contemplative, while others were fiery and impulsive. Each hatchling's mark and decisions shaped the fate of regions for centuries afterward. I'll go ahead and give you guys the other books I had planned for you to find today. One of them is Advanced Guessing. The author confidently guesses what each chapter will discuss, often incorrectly. Some pages contain nothing but the word maybe, question mark, in bold letters. Several diagrams contradict each other. It's a masterclass in uncertainty. And Ceremony of Choosing, Liturgies and Rites.
I need that one.
A detailed breakdown of every chant, prayer, and ceremonial gesture performed during the choosing. It includes ancient scripts, translations, and corrected pronunciations. The book also addresses controversial rites that were abandoned for safety reasons. Ritualists will study it to ensure the ceremony remains consistent with tradition.
That book should probably get somehow in the hands of the King's researchers.
True. I could use it. I use blood.
Well, if you remember, the researchers aren't trying to find where the ceremony happens or anything. As a matter of fact, that's what he telepathically communicated with Yask earlier, is talking about kind of, not exactly where it's at, but just about some things that only she would know. But the researchers are looking at kind of, they're trying to break down these scrolls that are talking about this ancient language that happened. He was just wanting you guys to learn about the ritual so you would understand things about it. For when you have to go there.
Okay.
How to not disturb the ritual while you're there.
So this one's really handy.
Yes.
Do's and don'ts.
I guess.
Can
But yeah.
I try to steal that book?
Which book?
The one you just explained.
Ceremony of Choosing, Liturgies and Rites.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can check it out. It's a library.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to steal the book.
Or
I don't have a library.
Or you can have one of your best pals help you out.
Or you can just go get a library card and check the book out.
Or it could be yours forever.
Or you could get a library card and check the book out.
Well, think about this.
You want someone else's? You want someone else to have this knowledge? This is special stuff. I mean, this is not something that everyone needs to know.
Think about this. We may need to keep this in our hands because what if Aunt Jessie is searching for something like this as well? And she's looking for that golden egg. Hear me out, hear me out. She's searching for that golden egg. So it needs a ritual, so she cannot disturb that ritual. And so she'll need to figure out how to not disturb that ritual. And this book is one of those keys to that information that she could use. And now if you check it out, we can just leave without stealing it. So yeah, we could check it out and leave without stealing it, but it'll leave evidence behind of who checked it out and all that stuff. And then still put something on us. So if
I
we're
really
successful,
don't want to leave my name behind.
exactly.
Brungus's name.
Well, let me point some information out to you. None of these books have given exact locations of where the ritual actually happens. There's not even a guarantee that the ritual happens in a place where they're known to nest, as far as you guys know. That book, Ceremony of Choosing, Liturgies and Rites, was just talking about mostly the things they do during the ceremony, like the different chants and stuff they do throughout, or that kind of thing. So I don't know if that book would help her as much as you're thinking it would.
Never know. it disturbs the ritual, they have to restart.
I'm just trying to help you guys decide if you're stealing this book.
Brongus, snatch it.
Brongus is going
to take the book and the one that about deceiving people.
The
He has got
the not so
almost all the way
secret
through the
secrets
fourth
of
page.
secret societies.
no, the one about
the one about
was it Goblet?
was it
Oh,
Goblin written that was about
one goblin's trash is another goblin's treasure.
It was one from the previous day.
No,
about
it was one from the
how to
previous
properly
day
deceive
about
people.
how to properly deceive
They kind of
people.
led nowhere.
Oh,
they
how-
kinda led nowhere, but
how to lose friends and befuddle people.
Precisely, yes.
precisely, yes. He is almost
at the end of the fourth
at the end of the fourth page
Doing better.
today.
Doing
He's doing better. He's doing better.
Gotcha,
Um,
gotcha.
Yeah, he's gonna take that book
He's gonna
and
take that book and the other
Now,
one.
Now,
All of these are magically enchanted, so they're probably going to figure out pretty soon that we've stolen it. However,
never
never underestimate the power of Brongus.
So, I need you to roll sleight of hand for both of those books.
Did that roll both of them?
Dang.
Okay, first one I got 26.
Okay.
Oh wait, sorry, that was Steyer.
Oh, wait, sorry, that was Steyer. That's not one of my rolls. Okay, and then Brongus again,
I get a 20.
which I get a 20.
Oh no, that's sorry. That's
Oh,
Steyer's.
no, that's sorry, that's Steyer's 20. I meant to roll Brongus's 20. Come on, Brongus.
And then a 27.
And then a 27.
So 26 and 27.
So 26 and
Okay.
27.
Yep. So
respectively.
Brongus pockets both of these books successfully. And I assume you guys will leave the library now that it's beginning to close. And head back to the wagon? Perchance?
I would say so.
If y'all are up for that, yes. And then, yeah. Good. I was gonna say detect magic on the books once we got away from the library, but
Yeah, if you wanna
they'll knows.
detect magic on them, you sure can.
Steyer has detect magic.
Okay.
Hitting rituals.
Oh, that's Brongus. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Show some traits.
I do want to.
Right now,
Is-
spells.
Is detect magic is that a leveled spell or a cantrip?
That is a first level spell. It's identify. Is that the same thing? Can't...
It would tell you what kind of spell is cast on.
Okay. Steyer is going to cast identify.
Can he cast it twice?
Yes, he did cast it twice. He did cast it twice.
So, on ceremony of choosing, liturgies and rites. There is a conjuration spell that has been cast on ceremony of choosing. That is the school of magic it comes from. Does it say if it tells you the exact the spell that it is, or just what school of magic?
You choose one object that you must touch through the casting.
You choose one object that you must
some other magic
casting of the spell, a magic item, or some other magic imbued object. You learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether the spells are affecting the item and what they are. The item was created. If the item was created with the spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature through casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Okay. You would know that teleport has been cast on the spell, and to activate it, you just need to keep it past its checkout time.
Okay.
So,
So,
do we have that
spell that we can
cast
cast so they don't, kill us in our sleep?
Well, there's no guarantee that they'll kill you. It's just the from what you can tell, the spell will just teleport the book back to the library after its due date.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I see.
And there are no spells cast on how to lose friends and befuddle people.
Awesome.
There are no spells affecting that book.
Cool.
And so that will close out day 2 of you guys. It is 11:08, so we will go ahead and call it. Thank everyone for joining us. And come back again for another episode.